You already know I haven't had to come and go. I just had to close out an invoice so we can get some more tokens. Definitely feel free to donate tokens. If anything, I'd rather have tokens than cash, to be honest with you, at this point. But anyways, the next thing we're going to do, or today, is, and maybe I need to put this in here. Hang on one. All right, so yeah, had a great bit of sleep. Let's go ahead and let me make sure. And I actually need to go ahead before we do that. Let me go ahead and issue out a new set of keys. Yeah, let me issue out a new set of keys. I have been really tripping with the key usage. Definitely with just letting the key slip. I mean, we just topped up. Go ahead and kill off these API keys here. Let's create a new API key. This is Clajama core. Right? Got that new key. Somebody texting me. Hang on one second. Okay. Okay. All right. So, yeah. All right. I got back on task. All right. So we got a new API key. I got a lot of stuff moving right now because I've decided I'm not working. I'm not gonna be available the end of the month because I want Clajama up and running. So, like I said, I got us a new key. Really gotta kind of stay focused because there's so many things I want to do. There's so many things that can be done. Like I said, we're actually, this is pretty much the 11th or 12th month of working on this, using AI to work on this one thing. It wasn't completely all built from AI. It was originally a hand woven piece of code, and then we dipped the AI into it and just couldn't stop. So let me check on a few things. Let me go ahead and check out the app secrets so we can get that key going. Whoops. I don't know what I just did. I did get sleep, so we shouldn't have. What happened to? I sent it back to Clajama local. Okay. Upload. All right. Yeah, I definitely really like FileZilla. The DeepSeek key is changed. And the Gemini keys and OPI keys, I really don't even care for those really. Previous file has been changed. All right, it's been successfully transferred back. All right, so let's close out of the sensitive stuff. Do our best not to expose those things. All right. What are we looking at here? What in the world? I got so many overlays. Hang on. Almost slipped up again, dude. Let's go to Clajama. Try again. Alright, so we got our browser. We got our terminal. Let's go ahead and cancel this guy out because he is going to eat our tokens alive. Let's close out of there. Close all these terminals. We got this. We need to relaunch a terminal. Okay. And I actually do want to use the other, but we got to get the notepad open. Make sure our notepad is here. We got so many windows. I need like 10 screens. Not really. And we're gonna bring our notepad back into the mix. Notepad is a very... Oh, there's notepad. Didn't even see you right there, buddy. Alright, got notepad, got terminal. Definitely support the project with tokens. Scan to donate, goes through Square. To Clajama. Alright, so first thing we need to do is, if you haven't seen, you need to go back like 2 videos. The autonomous error resolver the night before was working so clean, to where it was resolving almost everything it touched. I had actually been up like 14 hours, 15 hours that day, and so towards the end I kind of probably forgot to save something, but we're still up and running. So what we need to do is optimizations for the autonomous error resolver. Autonomous error resolver. One, we need to be, it needs to identify the current error in the software running within its directory. Now, the reason I say within its directory is because earlier today, I was thinking of many different ways. Since this is actually able to catch them, fix them, use AI, we can actually use this for hacking recovery. There's so many things, because if you can send an AI down a file tree and it's able to use intelligence without having to really, like, even if you could just boot the computer, get it in, because obviously the virus would be active as well. But if you could boot something like the autonomous error resolver around the time the virus boots, and the autonomous error resolver is already watching the logs to track and see what is occurring, then over time it will be able to say, okay, that's the virus moving right there. So before even kind of like interacting with it, it could go down the file tree. You say, hey, bring me back my pictures, get my stuff out of there before the computer crashes. It goes in, takes those things and holds them in memory. It would track the movements of the virus to see what it's operating, what it's doing. Because if we pull it out of the log, we can see everything moving. Then we can get the autonomous error resolver to actually go in and try to shut services down. And obviously, if a service that's supposed to be there is not there, or a service that's obviously running that isn't showing up, the abnormality of it would be able to make it to where it could identify, okay, this is the area the virus is working in. These files must exist, etc., etc., etc. And then it would be able to intelligently run its own commands to be like, okay, it's hidden over here, or it's in a hidden files, or they use a dot file that's calling this file. As long as they can track the pipeline, I would assume that we'll be able to kind of like install this on anything, and it will be able to fix it, resolve it, or at least help you in some way, shape, form, or fashion using its file tree ability. Anyways, the point of today, because I'm not gonna recharge this battery. That way I don't just stay streaming all day. Identify the current error in the software running within this directory. To only, we don't want to say only, scan relevant directories for errors. Number 3 is we need a strong dynamic. Hang on. Hang on. All right, let's get back to it. So, I cut my finger. Let me make sure I'm on the right track. All right, yeah, we gotta shut this down real quick. Pop open one of these right here. Yeah, boy. Yeah, boy. All right, we got our new key. Copy. Crack open one of these. Oh, I gave the wrong password. All right, and this one. All right, we in there. Uh-huh. Swap out the key. That should be key equals. Should be. Okay, there it is. There it is. Key equals. It should be key 4. All right. All right. So we back in. Let's go ahead. Let me add in the autonomous error resolver. We definitely need to reel this in because even for testing, let's see, no. Oh, I forgot to put a star at the end. Bang. All right, we in there. All right. Let's go up one. Get this stuff out the way. All right, let me bring y'all back in. All right. Oh, did it again. Dang, bro. Go ahead and set these to reprint. Anyways. All right, yeah, it is what it is. All right, so anyways, moving forward. Let's see. So with the autonomous error resolver, the biggest issue that is occurring is that it winds up. Hold on 1 second. It needs to be reeled in a little bit. It needs to be reeled in a little bit. And it needs to be reeled in because, for example, let's go ahead and try to get Clajama up and running. Let's go ahead and see the outcome of that, and that'll help us get to the next point. So we should be able to see Clajama.com. So we can't. We'll go into ls. We'll sudo /setup.sh. This should install all the dependencies that we need. This should prepare the environment. And what we want to do is make it to where all that's going to run the way it's supposed to. Let me input these notes that I want for this. Oh yeah, we need a strong dynamic filtration system. Filtration system so that the and when I program, I like to use analogies. I like to do that anyways, but when I'm talking to AI, it also helps us get closer to where we want to be. System so that the autonomous error resolver .py is a hospital. This hospital, while totally important, is on a limited budget known as tokens. Known as unlimited is on a limited budget known as tokens. Our objective is to filter errors, filter out duplicate errors, track errors, diagnosis, treatment, And this is where I want this is why I want the local LLMs. This is why, and with the Elixir, that was what the goal was. All of this data that we're passing back and forth, everything that's happening with the LLM should translate into training data. So we should be able to take the lightest um, small language model, and it should be trained to do a specific task based on how much information the LLM is already doing. And all it needs to do is summarize that. If it summarizes it for itself and simplifies it before it processes it, it's easier to pass that or add an additional token on as a training piece to say, all right, here, follow me around, and I'm going to show you how to do my job. And when that LLM can kind of figure out, oh, well, I actually don't need to know Spanish. I actually don't need to know this, that, and other. It would be considered brainwash. So we would take a small LLM which I was going to use Gemma, but if you were watching last night, that went out of control. And then there was the use of another small one. And the server that this is running on just isn't that powerful to manage all of these things that I want running. And I think that from an architecture standpoint, this is something that can play into making this dynamic. For example, obviously, if you have more power, you have more people. If you have less power, it's less people. But if we translate this into like a digital concept, even one LLM agent can outperform maybe 10 people. So if we take it and we make it to where Clajama is dynamic enough to come in, read your resources, check to see what's going on, it'll be able to limit and say, well, hey, I know what we have in the token bank. I know what resources these are using. And when it runs its own system, it will be to pretty much make Clajama its somewhat own operating system within the operating system. But its main goal is just to build websites and software and talk to people. Yeah. So anyways, let's get the error resolver tightened up, track errors, diagnose treatment, and manage a tight, well-ran token budget for error resolution. Ensure that it can wire up to all the logs associated with all the software running within its directory. And we'll say, since it is a tool for development, it needs to have the ability to identify missing dependencies and install them. It must install all its own dependencies to run efficiently. The algorithm should identify system resources and adjust aggression based on token budgeting, local I don't know how to put local small language model training for things that if they are being done by the API LLM, we can train an agent or algorithm to do that portion to relieve the LLM and lower dependency. All right, let's take all of this. Let's go ahead and drop it in here. We want to hand this off. I want to make sure. And let me take another read over it. Yeah. And I want to make sure that I put this here. This is the kidney, hospital, surgeon, repairer, identifier. Its job is to ensure the user's program, app, software, etc. run, and that it has a method of having access to the log bleed to tap its filter into for processing. Now, sure, if we would have used a lot of technical terms and things of that nature, yeah, that would have been great. But it's an LLM. So if I can talk to it and refine it, or say, well, hey, versus saying like this, oh, I want a algorithm that filters out errors. All right, well, let me give you that. What kind of errors? All errors. Which errors? There's so many errors. Errors associated with this one thing. So to me, putting kidney and these other really, really heavy terms help get my idea across. And let's see how the LLM handles that today. I understand we need to optimize the autonomous error resolver to be more efficient with token usage, better at filtering and deduplicating errors, and smarter about resource management. Let's enhance it to act as a hospital with a tight token budget while maintaining effectiveness. Here are the key improvements. Enhance the error filtering and deduplication. Track errors more precisely to avoid redundant LLM costs. That's what I wanted. Token budget management. Implement a token accounting system to limit LLM usage. Local processing. Add rule-based fixes for common errors to reduce LLM dependency. That's what I asked for. Dynamic aggression adjustment. Adjust behavior based on available resources and error severity. Let's implement these changes. Okay. All right, and we're going to have these changes implemented. And what we're going to do is before I move forward, we need the autonomous error resolver. Now, the autonomous error resolver has a dual. Well, actually, it's more like a Swiss Army knife. What I want it to do, or it is doing what it's supposed to do now, but its original purpose or the purposes that it will fill in. For example, if I were to scrape a WordPress website, I could easily get all the design, get all the products, get all the data, but what I won't get is the back end. When the site migrator goes through and does its copying, it leaves notes for what it assumes would have to happen that it doesn't have. So once it will be passed through the autonomous error resolver, which would be the user migrates the site in, which will be a WooCommerce, we wouldn't have the whole back end, but based on the variables, the data, and really the parts that make up what we're looking at, it can come and say, well, obviously this is a store. With the store, I obviously need to take payments. With payments, I obviously need to pick a payment gateway. With these things, I'm going to need API keys. And it's going to break all of this down and say, well, you know what? I got the whole site's design. Let's just rebuild the back end. What's the fastest way to do that? Well, you have all the instructions right here. Let's go ahead and send it through to the agents. Let's run, well, really, any site can be rebuilt with React and Fast API, Postgres or SQLite, depending on what you want to do. And it would just relink everything back up and rebuild the back end to be whatever, Fast API, basically. And then the user would basically go through the collaboration of communicating with the app and say, well, hey, I don't have this setting, I don't have this setting, I don't have this setting. But it's already built in to be like, hey, settings that the user is going to need or that they had before, make sure there's a place for that. And, it may take a few revisions, to be like, oh, I remember I had a coupon um, place to do coupons. Oh, okay. Fast API is going to say, all right, well, here's a table, boom, button spot, boom, change it, boom, throw it in there. So that is what its original purpose was to rebuild the backends based on me scraping past clients and current clients from these larger platforms to make it easier for me to manage. Because there's, like today, somebody called just because they needed to change one setting. It is one setting, but I have to get paid for, when I do. You can Google it and go find it out. And, so we're just cramming all of that into this to where it would be, hey, I need to change this setting. Or, hey, I want to make phone numbers mandatory. You would just type that in. And Clajama knows your code base. Oh, okay, all right, let me go boom, 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 pop that in there. And then we're going to implement the live preview. So, yeah, I've been working on this for a minute, man. Base 44 and Bolt came out of nowhere. Great platforms. Like, they're very great platforms. They're very, very great platforms. Um, I'm building something. We're all building something similar. But I'm building something specialized for my specific use case. And the pain points of my specific customers. So, everybody wants to just generate it really fast. We still need ways to work on it. We still need ways to make it to where it costs less. What happens if the LLM stop working? What happens if they ban LLMs? Like, what happens after that? But if we have a system that's already trained and it's not technically artificial intelligence, well, no, there's no way around it. I mean, I wouldn't try to break the law like that. Anyways, so let's see what we got. Page down. All right, the resolver will now be more efficient with token usage and better at managing errors in your development environment. We don't want to start it right now. I want to ask questions. Does the autonomous error resolver look for errors that would be internal server errors? And I just want to make a list. And I'm not gonna sit here and list all of them one by one. So let's just get Chat GPT. We'll just ran DeepSeek in here. So hey, let's see. Can you give me an exhaustive list of common errors people face when building software, running servers, making changes and not using proper syntax. Exhaustive list of the most overlooked things that make a website, web app, piece of code not work properly. So we're going to take that whole list, throw that back in there, and then it's going to tell us what it can and can't do. We are using the artificial intelligence is now our new programming language. If you love to program, if you like creating stuff, I think a lot of people are kind of like afraid or they're worried about this technology. Do you really want to sit here and type this list? Do you really want to missing semicolons, string quote mismatches? No, you want to get to the end result of what it is that you're creating. We live in someone else's future. So instead of me writing print hello world, I can be like, well, do I really just want to print hello world, or what is it we're printing hello world to build? And then you work on that. And I think, we're saving so much time. Like, I still have to sit here and check this stuff. I still got to look at it. I still got to, So I think for me, it's being a part of the process, or being within the occurrence of something really cool being done or created. But this list right here, this list is very important. It is not something I couldn't have figured out. Um, Even if I had to go get a textbook and looking at the source, 2 hours from now, I would have been like, all right, guys, thanks for reading Software for Dummies with me. We have our list of, no, come on, guys. Let's if you like technology, let's use technology. Let's use it. Let's use it, bro. Imagine when the cell phone came out. Oh, they're talking through the air. All right, so current detection abilities. It's going to tell us everything we can detect so far. Excellent. Not currently detected. We got a good list. Ooh. So there's not much that we don't detect. Time zone issues, character encoding problems, caching issues, floating point precision, build deployment process errors. That was really the big one right here. The DNS resolution errors, asynchronous code pitfalls, only if they throw specific errors, memory leaks. To make the resolver more comprehensive, consider adding these patterns. You can immediately enhance detection by adding the suggested patterns to, and that's the question that I asked. So let's say go ahead and let's look into these patterns as well. To be a more dynamic omni programming language resolver. All right, great. So what are the most helpful, simple, and complex patterns that we have in technology for detecting errors, issues, and those of the like? So with this part, I'm looking at this as if I don't know if you guys ever change out your air filters in your house. We're going to increase our filtration. So instead of using the LLM for the linting, instead of using the LLM for all these things, there are already algorithms that exist that if we plug this kidney into the log hole, that we can just go ahead and grab them. We can say, oh, these are web issues. These are server issues. These are these type of issues. And then, which the autonomous error resolver already has a GUI, but then we can actually visualize the data and say, well, hey, oh, this program isn't running because there's a server-side issue. Well, the server-side issue is also affecting this, and we can pinpoint problems, but we really wouldn't be needing to work on them. We would be more so working on how we utilize the LLM as our programming language. So English is my programming language now. I have stopped writing code and I write English. I am a writer. All right, so let's see what we get once this comes out. It already says that we got some good stuff here. Distributed tracing, complex patterns and systems. Ooh, chaos engineering patterns. Netflix chaos monkey pattern. Wow. Anomaly detection. Canary analysis pattern. So we're going to dump all of these in here. So whatever it's already done prior to these, we have, and then we're going to take these and dump them in there as well. The four golden signals: latency, traffic, errors, saturation. And this is going to be a beautiful dashboard, I'm telling you. For syntax errors, pipeline checks, for runtime, for business logic, for infrastructure, for performance issues, poetic detection, synthetic monitoring. We're going to dump all of this into the error resolver. Now, the actual magic, I guess what would be the magic part to me would be that we have such accurate filtering that things that can be done without the LLM even touching them, stuff that would just be like, dang, why did my computer just do that? Why didn't it just, we can go ahead and lock in on that. So let's go ahead and crack this in the head, shoot that up into there. Pause, no diddy. And we're gonna run the autonomous errors over. Dude, it would have took me forever, dude. I like AI. I enjoy it, love it. It's great. All right, so this was an issue we had trying to do a build. What did we run last time? Sudo setup. Sudo. It's already been declared. So there's something wrong with the code that's in here, because I pulled it from somewhere else. Okay, we'll wait on that to come through. And Clajama is down for the count. Clajama, no. She'll be up soon. Soon as the autonomous error resolver pops that, it's over with. That's why we're not fixing it. I'm not going to personally sit here and communicate back and forth with the LLM. I need the LLM to go see this, because imagine if the customer had went up to the collaborator and said, hey, I want you to change this, and it changes it, 500 internal errors it. The person should not have to be like, oh, my site is broke. Let me go back and tell the LLM, hey, I got a 500 internal service error. Then the LLM's going to be like, well, a 500 internal service error, LLM is usually from somebody eating chicken next to the computer. We don't want to hear all that. Just fix the problem. We want the problems to be fixed. We just want to use the computer. It's 2020. It's going to be 2026. Are we still not able to just use the machine? I'm really excited for what comes out of this. It's popping all these patterns in here. When we migrate over to Elixir, it is over. I'm telling you, it's over. I'm telling you. It was so much going on in Elixir that I had to come back to Python. I had to. It was so much going on with Elixir. So much. And Elixir is new to me, so I was having to learn and trust. It was a lot going on for me, you know what I'm saying? It was a lot. It was a lot going on for me. All right, we got the nurse coming in. Yeah, so it's rebuilding. All right, so I'm gonna let y'all look at these logs here, and I'm gonna go check and see what's going on with everything else. Where's the terminal at? Bro. Broski. How did I close out the terminal? I was playing Project Zomboid last night on the stream. It's gotta be this one. Okay, we don't need that. Terminal, right terminal. Bro. It's gotta be that. Yeah, that's what it is. That's FileZilla. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Oh, that's another one. That's the second one. Yeah, either way, I'm tripping, dude. Oh, I'm just deleting stuff on accident now. I am not a professional yet. Delete. Yes. Okay. Then I got another one open. Dude, what was I doing? Oh man. Scan to donate. Is he gonna ask us to donate? No. Yes. Change. Spare change. Spare change. I think this actually would be a cool background, though. To be honest with you. Yeah. Yeah. I like the other one too, but we do need to get some coins in this mug. We need coins. Give me your cash. Wait. OBS Studio is crashing as we speak. What's up in the chat? In the chat. What's going on in the chat? Alright, and we'll just lock that one in place. Lock it, put it to the bottom. This one here. That one served its purpose, but you know. I kind of like this playful idea. We might turn Clajama into a coin man. Oh, you know what? That would actually be cool. So while we're waiting on this might take a little while. Let's hit up Gemini. And let's upload a file. If we can get this donate. I just want to take the picture of the guy and use it. Gemini. Yeah, I want to use that guy. All right. Let's turn the coin character into a sprite. Into a sprite. We will generate the images one by one, since you're not too good with a sprite. I want them generate the images in a horizontal line, one by one. I want them to have a walk, idle, chill, and 4 more actions. We definitely want it to be able to use PNG to animate the character. I think it's called PXNG, but you can animate sprite characters using Python. We did that last night too. It was a terrible experience. Terrible experience. Don't let these errors. Let them error. Let in the error. The error. Okay. Okay. All right. That's tight though. So yeah, we'll run that just a second. I'm sorry, I done pivoted. I really want to see this coin guy work. What was it? It was a tank. Yeah, inside the tank. So this is what happened yesterday. This is how terrible it was yesterday. Python 3 living.py. This was terrible. These are multiple people not doing anything. And what was supposed to happen is these are all cut like trash. Yeah, I just don't want to lose the little bit I'm doing, you know, real quick. Just give me a second. We can just quick cut him out. I like to just have him walking around, you know. having like a little loading screen. Hey. All right, we'll get back to that anyway. So let's go ahead, and we got this 500 error. Let's go and get back on task. That was when it cut the sprites. All right, yes, let's run the autonomous error resolver. What directory is it working in the home Ubuntu directory? Boom. Let me reload right here. It says it's found one running service. Token balance ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 100,000. Tomato specific directory. Insufficient token budget. Token balance 9950. Warning, diagnosis rejected. Let me see what it's saying here. Insufficient token budget. Let me try to get that 500 error to copy in. Your token balance use LLM is true. Diagnosis rejected. PI key, enable feature circuit breaker. Health check, synthetic monitor resolver is not running monitoring for errors. Discover one service, 35 log files using API key. Program one service, 35 logs. This is version 3.0. I'm not really sure what this is right here. So what I'm gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna try to do a sudo setup and see if it catches these errors. Let me see. Is this on the screen? Yeah, it's on the screen. And so, okay, I gotta figure out what these token things mean. Failed to load config from Ubuntu. Build failed with 3 errors. Error the symbol. Define config has already been declared. Okay. Gotta figure out what is going on with this guy right here. Yes. Run a shell command. Based on the output, the autonomous error resolver is having issues. Now, like I said, this one is working completely different than the one that we had last night. I don't know. Having issues. We are attempting to run a program that is in the home /home/Ubuntu directory. We had these issues and did not see them on the autonomous Pi logs, and did not see details on what it had gotten or really what it's doing at all. Here are the errors occurring within its directory. Tell me why they were not captured. And it could be, but I don't see it. We need feedback. All right, so hang on. 17 minutes till the battery dies. And yeah, capture understood. Autonomous server. That's what was wrong. That's what I think. That's what was happening. Last night we had Elixir. We had Elixir operating, and since it's pretty much like everything's real time, we had just kind of bled, like stabbed, and I always say bleeding out because I want the logs to run through the filter. And it was able to just it was catching so much. But like I said, this is a different system with the React and what you call it. So once I get it, like I said, once I get it running, then we're going to have the autonomous error resolver do the migration or the conversion. So that'd be great. And we will convert this app to a Elixir app. The Elixir is going to be the best. It's going to be the best performance that we're going to get. Period. Even the whole code base, I could fit well, and then that puts the other part. I don't think the whole code base was replicated properly when we used Gemini. There was a lot of what I would consider sabotage. That's another thing. But once we have it up and running, I'm going to send the resolver to go through page by page and duplicate it and organize it and pretty much rerun it. And if we can do that successfully, that adds another feature into the backend of Clajama to where if it does make a mistake or break something, or if it does determine, hey man, I don't know how to use this tech stack, if it hallucinates, we gotta kind of have rails to realign it all the way to the end. Alrighty, come on. See, I just want to create the thing. I just want to imagine quantum computing. I want to make a were you gonna say calculator? I detected it 40 years ago. Your calculator has already become a fully built device that has been patented and pending, waiting on you to sign the paper in the drawer over there. Thank you. I want sandwiches already on the table. Thank you. Another terminal, run your build command. All right, resolver is running. Let's go ahead and try to run this build command again. What does it say? Resolver is not running. Error resolver has object. Failed to start monitoring loop. And that's another thing. It should be able to fix itself, which it was last night. But that's Elixir. With Elixir, you can literally see everything. Everything is running through it's like a monolith. You just stab it in one spot and everything just runs out. This, it's got to bleed from React. This got to bleed from over here. You gotta kind of link the veins together to get it to bleed into one bucket. And when we say bleeding, I'm talking about logs, just so we know moving forward. Like I said last night, man, I was so proud of the autonomous error resolver last night. Buddy was repairing pip packages and trying to alter the light LLM source code because they found an error down in there. And they burned through the tokens. So, alright, so it says we should be up and running. Alright, what did it say? Error resolver. Alright, let's try to run the build again. Okay. What do we get? What do we got? Home Ubuntu. What? Rejecting. Token balance. Insufficient token balance. Let me see what this is about. What is the token? The token balance. The token balance error. How are tokens counted? What algorithmic math is this? Because starting monitoring process on Unicorn, so it actually, oh snap, so it's actually monitoring our app, the Unicorn app. But see, this token thing is what is causing me confusion because I don't comprehend what tokens is it counting. Um, Looking at the output, I see several token balance logic is flawed. The resolver says insufficient token budget for LLM, even though token balance is 100,000 and minimum token balance is 1,000. Diagnoses are being rejected. LLM diagnosis is being rejected by accept diagnosis. The token counting algorithm isn't working correctly. Should use the LLM. Method has incorrect logic. For non-critical errors, severity is less than 100. It checks if token balance is greater than token cost per diagnosis. Token cost per fix with token cost per diagnosis equal 500 and token cost per fix equal 1,000. That's 15. That's 1,500 tokens. But token balance is 100,000. So this will return true, not false. The issue is that the aggression level calculator, the LLM threshold equals 100 minus the self aggression level divided by slash S2. The aggression level is 50. LLM threshold is 100 minus 2575. For timeout with severity 50. Anyways, so it's not using LLM for medium severity errors at aggression level 50, but the message says insufficient, which is misleading. Let's see. So what I would say is token budget logic is flawed, which we already know that. Okay, boom. Is it frozen? No, it's coming. All right. The token counting algorithm isn't working correctly, obviously. Token logic as soon as it go again, severity. Now let's fix the misleading log message and process error. Now with me looking at this, and I like to go back and look at things so I can see what I think is gonna happen. If diagnosis makes sense, it has required fields. How do we determine and this is where we get into if we don't want to just burn the LLM, we have to think about what is this fork in the road. So for example, like that issue there was an issue with the mathematic algorithm on token deduction or the balance of tokens. That's a very small thing to do. But if it's saying that it's going to decide what's severe and what's not severe, we would need to set the scope of this specific tool. So if I were to say, hey, I'm going to send an error resolver on a USB stick and boot it up from launch, and we're going to need billions we're going to need infinite amount of tokens. But for something as far as like fixing a website or repairing the server, we would need to look into this to ensure that it's properly managing these tokens. Because sure, it would be great if it goes and finds a flaw in a pip package or something like that, but that wouldn't actually help our user. Our user's sites should never go down. Like for example, the second this would have actually hit the code, Resolver would have already been on it. We could have already set up a page and say, hey, Resolver is busy. We can set our own under construction pages. We have detected an issue. Run the shell commands. Yeah, let's run it. Let's run it and gun it. All right. Let's run that again. Autonomous error resolver. Import error in Ubuntu. To monitor a specific directory. Want to see what's happening. Comes out green. Did you get those errors? Not using LLM, threshold aggression. Started monitoring process on Ubuntu. Started monitoring here. Errors all target file not found. Light LLM logging dot backup. Target file not found. Diagnosis, there's a circular import between light LLM login.back. Circular import between the login root. Failed to read target file. No such file or directory. It's still looking for this file here. Error. Diagnosis is accepted. Diagnosis is accepted. Import target. No such file or directory. So it's looking for these files. Dang, I didn't bring the charger down here. Yeah, it's gonna die. Light LLM error, no such file or directory. Is light LLM, and I think this is a mix between something from home Ubuntu local bin. Yeah. So let me see if we run a // deploy Clajama. Okay, let's see. Circular import. I need to figure out. Right now, none of this has anything to do with what we're doing. See, add that to the check. What is this referring to? And I also want to make sure that I pop all of this in here so we can redirect it and show it what was running. On the other side, what is it referring to? I don't see it do any, and you know what? I think that's what it might be. I don't see it do any surgery. It should not contain mock or placeholder. This is what the user was trying to do while the autonomous Arizona.py was running, and it didn't detect any of this. And I think I have to make sure that I didn't tell it to stick literally to that one directory. It should be recursive. Yes. So that's what it was doing already yesterday. And I think again the issue is with Elixir, you don't have to search for this stuff. Elixir is already set up to where the system is going to stay alive, and you're going to get the errors. Um, yeah, we need to get back into Elixir. Issue was, like I said, there was some sabotage done. Um, it's always some sabotage going on with these LLM. Not this LLM, not DeepSeek. Um, but yeah, give me a moment. I think this might be the one right here. I think this is the one. Um, I'm going to, because we haven't run anything inside of this one. I have a backup of this, but I don't think this one is the one we're trying to get into. The one that is autonomous error resolver. Anything else you can just delete. And 3.1, stable 3.1. 3.1, fixed stage 1. And I think this is it right here. All right, so as long as he's over there, so 130. Okay, so we can pretty much ls rm dash r star home sudo. All right, refresh, pop all these. Environment variables, upload. I know that sounds a little crazy or looks a little crazy, but that's a stable version that already was running. If we can get it back to there, then we can pretty much build ourselves back up this way. The reason that we ended up crashing was because it was a off error after Gemini had stripped our program out. So I did have to manually intervene on that one, because it's a file that I didn't put in there. It told me right here. No, I think it was over here, but I just saw it. Yeah, I just saw an error. I just said, was it right here? I just saw it. No, it was in the red. It was missing the index.html. Yeah, roll up distribution. Yeah, could not resolve entry module index.html. So that one, not really certain. I'm gonna carry through. That was more like a pasting error. I would assume that it would have, unless I would have assumed. Why didn't it get this error? Or I need, at least I need to know. So we'll say here, shutdown stop. Um, why did it not act on this error that I had gotten in another terminal? I did determine that I was missing a file. The index.html was left out, but the funds error resolver did not detect this or alert the user to say a file is missing. Now again, I do want this to be to where you can be as lazy as possible, without it turning into a cascade of just straight up issues. So the next thing is we're going to do the run.sh after the autonomous error resolver gets updated. All right, so it's a pattern mismatch, and it wasn't checking for those type of errors. It's not checking for, um, it isn't looking for um these kinds of errors, but not even these. Um, the one we were just looking at. I don't know why I'm so stuck to this one. Okay, so I actually see what's going on. It went inside of that directory and it had a problem with something, how Aider was operating, and it's trying to fix that. All right, so this is kind of strange. So it actually is trying to repair a bug inside of Aider, Light LLM. All right, that's hey, don't that's crazy. Go get me some coffee. Some coffee. All right, so the issues or why the autonomous error resolver can't fix these issues is because for me taking the program from the server to the desktop, back and forth, there's some files that don't exist um, because I took them out. And I actually wouldn't want it to work specifically for this. It'd be different if it had scraped the entire website and it would already have a vector database of what's going on. But I wouldn't want it to start using tokens to go and find or rebuild a missing file that somebody can just upload. But we'll definitely dig into it, see what else can be done to it to improve it. But that does make a lot of sense to leave that the way it is. Start monitoring service. So we'll hit no right here. Yay, 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 yay. My bad, man. My kids down here listening to music. It's jamming. For some reason, we have gone really far back. Um, I'm not saying like super far back, but a lot of this stuff was already implemented into this. The already fixing of the permissions. A lot of this stuff was already done, so I'm assuming I forgot to save. Knowing me, I probably saved it in somewhere strange. We're gonna find it later. But Clajama website is already done. With the autonomous error resolver, because like I said, I kind of crashed out because I couldn't resolve the error after Google did its little sabotage. Well, after Google and ChatGPT. This should set us straight right here. Yeah. The thing with the error resolver was it was supposed to be helping me fix get Elixir running. Excuse me for those. I know those noises are very so we're gonna go full circle. Get this back up and running. And then when we run the program or run Clajama, the error resolver will collect those errors and fix them for us. Hey, I told you tell your brother to sweep up that stuff. Well, it needs to be done because if you can't be a kitchen manager, I'll make you an excited. All right, you must not understand. It has to go get swept up. All right. As our stream begins to fall apart due to no, she was hit a BRB real quick. So we can pop this in. Why is it just not obeying? This computer's being disobedient. I don't want to hurt you, but I will if I have to. Don't be scared, little boy. Come closer. I've got a computer unit. Yes, come closer, my child. For you will withhold the greatness. Alright, we back up in here. Oh, don't give me this crap. Am I running? Oh man, this is garbage. I hate this right here. I'm actually busy saving the world right now. You know, it's only for me to know and for you to hopefully find out. This makes absolutely no sense. I have to keep pressing, doing this over and over again. I think it's because I did an overwrite. Now we got to reinstall Aider all over again. And this is why you shouldn't do it in the home directory. This is why it's a bad idea. This is the biggest reason why it's a bad idea. Run in, it says it should be up. I don't see it. Let's go into a new incognito. Clajama. Oh, it's still there. Continue to the site. Yes. Alright, so Clajama is back up and running. Hold on, let me do some double checks because I be leaving stuff wide open. Page down. Okay. Alright, guys. So this is the last stable Clajama. This is not the new design. This is not where we left off. Let's just see what we can do with this. Actually, we're not even gonna get that far into it. I want our original homepage and our original stuff back. This is the original one. Make sure I'm on. Let me go ahead and get the latest. And it may be on the other computer. Design local. These, yeah. I gotta switch computers. It's not on the design ideas. Home. Latest. There it is. And this one will have our latest from December the 6th, the 15th. Trying to make sure we get this right. Okay, these are in download. So let's just go look and see December. I got stuff from 2020. That's from December the 8th. Damn crab pics. That's the closest one we got from the 6th. Yeah, we lost like 2 or 3 days. So that will work. So what we're gonna do is go ahead. Clajama.com. All right, and the new design is way better. Have to see where we left off. As you can see, like that's an outdated copy. Yeah. Downloads. Clajama latest. 12.6. Those are pretty good kids. Yeah. And what we'll do is this is when a lot of stuff started to get confusing. Components, landing page. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Utilities. Let me see. Hang on. Want to make sure. Twelve to 6. These are from today. 2.5. Not much of this stuff changes. Components. The 14.8. 14.8. There were some major changes. What we'll do is take auth model settings. I know I want the home page swapped out. So what we're gonna do? Huh? He just didn't cannot swept, did he? Hey, what Ari? I do not want to be talked to about this situation. You need to get on your job. This is why I keep telling you. I should not be bothered by it. And it's not nothing. These are the rules. This is the second or third time I've had to hear this, and I've sent you to go send him. Tell him and tell everyone else that if I send command they don't want to do it, shut down what they got, and then they can just go to sleep or something. But there's nothing that's going to get in the way of doing what I asked to do. Yeah, so great. Somebody else paid an invoice. This is good because Clajama has to be able to there we go. Boom, guys. This is our design here. We're back. We're back. This was what I wanted to see. This is what I wanted to see. The neural core. Yeah, this is where we crashed. This is where we last crashed. Yeah, this is where we last crashed. So let's go ahead. Actually, let's get this thing with Claude out the way. We're up and running. I need you to compare multiple versions of the same file, and then return a single optimized version that implements all of the greatness of. Okay. So now we would upload a file. We're gonna go over here to where we put our stables. Open. Clickety. Back. We got our design back. Close out of that. We're gonna let it run. Conflicts cause. So we need to make sure it can also handle conflicts. Be able to conflicting plugin. All right. Yes, this is our design. This is where the sabotage started. I couldn't log in. Back end was saying yes. Yeah, we're right back where we left off. This is perfect. We're right where we left off. So we're gonna let Claude go in here and do some most comprehensive, full main entry point, Gemini support, Elixir patterns, 15 file limit, multi-app secret search path, simplified, no Elixir. Since documents 1 and 3 are already the most comprehensive version, I'll use document 1 as the base structure and ensure all best practices are implemented. So we finna get up in here, and we got a lot of pages missing. This is where we left off. This is right where we pivoted to. This is right where we pivoted. Some dependency resolutions. Once Claude is done. What? Yeah, they do. Cause literally, it's like they got everything that the other businesses just wanted. The newest movies, Tubi was like, let me get everything. And they are very. Oh, I did a bullet across the. You know what I think? Tubi is the new YouTube for movies, because you can bring your shitty movies. That's a real movie. All right. Yes. Oh, let me see what y'all see. So, do y'all see? No, you don't actually see that. So, yes, we're back up and running with the Clajama. Whoops. Which one is it? I'm tripping. Oh, yeah. My bad. should be Google Chrome. Yeah, I'm not understanding how it's. Oh, here we go. All right. So we got the different versions of the autonomous error resolver going. Make sure you see this. This is the most recent design for Clajama, and I'm gonna go ahead and kick it off. Copy this. Go on up in here. Control D. File. Save as. Stable. Take this one first. Rename that one. 2, 3. And just over here. Bang. All right. So let's go ahead and take our ones from here. Come on. It's like, dude, why is Windows so big? I just need. Oh, it's because that's hanging out. What in the world? I'm telling you, at some point, I kind of just get like lost. Clajama stable. No, it should be Clajama stable files. These are in the home. Bro, where am I right now? It is eating at me because I cannot find this. Oh man. Copy. All right, let's go to desktop. Now I gotta make another one. Important Clajama. Important Clajama. Like, wow, that's gonna be easy to remember. And then in like 6 months, I'm gonna be like, yo, where's that important Clajama? It's not in downloads, it's on desktop. See, that's where it's dude, if I don't get to see these freaking, oh my god, there it is right there. I'm going nuts right now. Let's go ahead and put, I know they got one in the back end in this one. Oh, what the hell did I do? Upload. Okay. And then we have one on the upload. Alright. Alright, so we back at it again. Okay. So alright, we got Clajama up and running. Hey. Alright. Oh, my bad. You'll be alright. I mean, my bad, man. Bless you. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean to say, right? Python 3 autonomous. Alright, so everything is taken care of as far as what I gotta do here. We already did the merge. Got a lot of errors as far as why we can't log in. We got to get back on Elixir. It had the most. Yeah, this thing is just locking up, man. I think it's because we got this going. Got these going. And they all just freeze up. Just keep freezing up. We finna get back to work. Yeah, had to downgrade and upgrade Aider so that we could get back to work. Kept having issues, and let's add. Trying to get to this LS. There's really not anything in here other than off manager. Off manager. SH scripts. We need to CD into source. Let's that CD components, the business center auth model. We also can't log it. Alright guys, like I said, sorry about that. Having to do 4 things at once. Had to close out some invoices, so we got some more tokens to run with. Really trying to just get it back to running, and we gonna move over to Elixir. That's the goal. And I got people lined up for the rebuilds or the migrations already.